Hmm. Hmm. Right. Today, I just want to test this rig and make sure it's going to be okay. Currently, I'm not really exactly sure how it's going to work. So, are we not? Are we not centered in the X? Oh, hang on. Maybe I need to apply my transforms. There's a good chance, actually. Okay, there we go. I want to test this this bird. Shouldn't it be more like that? Not sure. Okay. I'm very tempted to get rid of all this head stuff if I can. You know? I don't need any of this. Not for this test, at least. These Rigify rigs are too complex for my what I want. Just gonna delete this guy. Yeah. Just make it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. The neck is here. Maybe you put the neck somewhere like here. God damn it. I'm struggling today. I'm not feeling it today. Well, what just happened? Is there two heads in here? Why is there two heads? Just get rid of that head. I must have deleted. That's weird. I did summon. could summon. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. I'm just testing. The main thing I want to test right now is the how do you do this? Object mode. I think you click on this and then you click on the body. Set parent. No, it's the way around. This and then this. Set parent. Automatic weights. Okay. Okay, that's great, but what the thing I'm testing right now is like, can I fold the wings up? How would you even do that? How would a bird even fold their wings? Is it they bend this down? So this is why I'm thinking of making the by the way, let's mirror that. Obviously, we're going to do have to do some weight painting for sure. It'd be something like that, wouldn't it? I think. And then it would be, and this would rotate up. So it can be done, actually. I can't actually see what's going on. Oh, hello, Overcame. Strangely, and Slayton. For some reason, redeeming third instead of first. I don't know if this is correct, really. I might just say fuck it and let's just continue. Even though I'm not sure about it, I think just fuck it, let's continue. And if it turns out bad, it turns out bad, and you learn something from it, you know? I'm not sure. Let me get my reference up real quick. I'd rather finish the eagle than, like, piss about on it all day. I think I saved it, actually. It's this one. Yeah, so I'm just trying to like look at how this is constructed, and it's so tricky. Maybe the wings aren't joined after all. Oh, they have to be, look. They're joined like this. And then obviously there's a lot of like plane meshes going. for the feathers. But the whole thing might be one plane mesh. Because I don't see any geometry other than here. Yeah, that's hollow. That's actually hollow. Interestingly. We haven't added any feathers yet, but mine is obviously off the mark, you know? But maybe it will do the job. Because you just add a bunch of fucking feathers. Why did someone take your bird? Because I can. True. Obviously there's weight painting to do. A lot of weight painting to do. But anyway, this is just a test run. I'm trying to work out how I should construct the wings. And I really do think I did it wrong. I'm not sure. So what do I think about the body? I think the body is probably a mesh like this. I think my body's too big. It's more sleek and slender, like it's like this. Ah, mine's not too bad. I just get rid of these bumps, perhaps. I'm not sure. I put in those because maybe I thought the muscles for the legs would go there, but maybe not. Anyway, I'm going to get rid of this rig for now. Oh, maybe I won't, actually. Actually, let's go into sculpt mode. Just gonna push that in a little bit. And then the plan is to add the feathers in, you know. And it should look a lot better. And when you look at this guy, this is all plain mesh feathers. And they're clearly like PNGs of feathers. Is what they are. So I gotta think about how I'm gonna do that. I might even give it a material. I don't think you can do that till the end, can you? Because it has a mirror modifier. I don't think you can texture something with a mirror modifier. I was thinking of colouring it in so I can see where the feathers go a little bit better. But I think let's just make some guesses, I suppose. Difficult. I feel like I should have watched a tutorial. There must have been a tutorial somewhere about how to make a bird, and I should have done it instead of just going straight into how I think I should have done it. Anyway, a feather should probably be bendable in the middle, so I'm gonna loop cut in the middle. Oh. Okay, I brought it back. Oga Boga Man, hello. What do you think, Oga Boga Man? Have you ever done a bird in Blender? I'm a bit worried about this. You have? I don't know if I'm doing it right. Yeah. Do I turn off the mirror modifier now? No, I'm adding these. Okay. I can't do that, can I? Okay. Probably be like straight. Is that long enough? No. They're probably like a third of the body, right? Something like that. Oh, now I'm worried that I've... these are wrong. Like, they're the wrong rhombus now. A rhombus. It's not going to work out. That's too long. Okay, let's start again. Let's go back. Here, yeah. Scale. Control. Right. I don't know. Don't know the secret shortcuts. Oops. Oh, my mirroring just turned off. Oh no, it's back. I really think that my... Well, let's just keep on going. Make one side and then copy paste it to the other. I've got a mirror modifier at the moment. I'm using that. I'm gonna just do it. And if it works out bad, then fuck it, just deal with it. No, the back tails were straight. I'm thinking too far ahead. I'm like, I'm thinking of like the UVs and stuff, and like how am I gonna paint these things? How am I gonna paint the eagle? Can't stop thinking of two words. I don't know. You bastard. You absolute degenerate. Can't stop thinking about how I'm going to texture it. How am I going to texture this, Ogre Boga Man? And what am I going to do? You obviously hand paint every single feather. Well, I can't hand paint each feather if they're like intersecting each other though. You draw a picture of the feathers, then you put it on the plane. Like a tree with leaves. Oh. So, am I doing this wrong? I think... Eagle... Hell. You never know, you might be able to just find a texture. Nice. Perfect. Oh my god. Awesome. Okay. They're unfortunately crooked. They are unfortunately crooked. I gotta think about that. Feathers. Frogger, hello. This one's nice and straight. This is a nice... I'd use that in my quill. You know, if I had a quill... Oh, did I say hello, Frogger? I did, didn't I? I'd use this one in my quill, and I will use it in my eagle. This is a nice feather. These other feathers are all bent and crooked, and I mean, we should probably use them as well. But it's probably better to like bend them in the in Blender. So I'm going to use this feather right here, and I will do this by deleting all the black, deleting whatever this color is, right? Deleting whatever this color is, and this color, and this color, this color. Might be some few maybe that's not the best way to do this. Maybe I should just trace around it. Interesting. Oh, it's interesting. Anyway, is that a good way to do this? Have you ever been to other countries? I have. How about you, Ogre Burger Man? I've been to Europe. I'll be right back. I need to check on my rice. I'm waking up now. I think I'm starting to wake up. Just to Canada. What are you making today? I'm making an eagle. I can't stop like thinking 2 steps ahead though. I don't know if it's distracting me a little bit. Should I be doing this right now? I'm not sure. I don't know, deleting the colours will work eventually. At this point, let's just draw my own feather. No. I can do this. Probably going to look better if I drew my own feathers anyway, because then the whole thing will be uniform. I don't know. I'm struggling right now, knowing what I should be doing. Action editor is confusing. Even the bloody Godot. Everyone complains about the Godot animation player. But at least it's somewhat... I don't know. Intuitive. Yeah, the action editor. There's too many menus in Blender. Blender has too many menus. There are too many secret shortcuts. There's too much. I kind of wish I had a simpler program, or was learning a more simple program. There might be one available, like a simpler version of Blender with less of the bull crap. Just a little bit less going on. Terrain 3D for making landscapes. Yeah, I can't use Terrain 3D, unfortunately. I wish I could. But can't make a floating island. Nothing. I think my Blender is bad. Wait until you hear about Maya. I am Maya's biggest hater. Oh really? Is it even worse? More obscure? They make these things obscure on purpose, I think. It's not on their top of priorities to make them less, like, to make them user friendly, is it? It's not on their top priority. Function over form or whatever, I suppose. I'll just delete that. Which is fine, I understand. But the secret shortcuts, oh my god. I mean, don't get me wrong, Blender is fantastic. It's just difficult to learn. Right. I don't know. I can always clean it up later. So she saved this file. Maybe I should do something like this. Yeah. I need to make sure it's relatively centered. I think. Probably pretty good. Save as the one. As a PNG. Now. I'm learning to make the donut. Oh, the donut. I never did the donut. It's so bad. There is like 20 windows. Mate, the guy who made the donut video is probably so rich. It's so bad. There are like 20 windows with rows and rows of buttons that literally no one uses or know what does. Oh, Maya. Well, that's how I feel about Blender at the moment. I will see what happens if I just add a feather, tail feather material. Is this how I should do it? Oh, and then, like you say, we'll have hand-painted body material. So, all of this will be the hand-painted. But can I do this when I'm in mirror mode? I don't know. Oh, and then all of these. We tail feather. And then tail feather. How do you do this? Add input. No, add texture. Image texture. Open. Okay. Then my alpha. It did work despite it being mirrored. It's shiny. Why is it shiny? Should be a little bit shiny, I suppose. I mean, it works. And then you hide more of the... You hide a lot of this stuff at the back with smaller feathers as you go. Is the impression I'm getting. I really think my feathers should be bigger though. What they are right now, I'm not sure. Scale them up a little bit. And then we'll just keep on adding more feathers, I suppose. Mate, I really hope this works out. I really want to fly around my map as an eagle. It'll be a lot of fun. This is one moment where I don't want the mirror modifier, but I guess we add in those later, like the last feather later or something. The eagle playable. I might as well make them all playable. I don't see why not. It's just a bit of a playground, isn't it? Maybe after you beat the game, as the hair, you can play whatever you want. Just to fly around though. Nothing, you don't actually do anything. I think we have to actually look at a golden eagle now, because we're not looking at the yeah, it's very separated. It's like here are the tail feathers, and then immediately, I don't know, there's a lot of white in there. I think we could get away with, so we're looking at this picture and the feathers come out way more. They're very wide. They're a wide boy. If the eagle is an enemy, you can make a hiding in grass mechanic for it to not eat you when it flies by. Oh, that's a good idea. Make some Assassin's Creed, EA mechanics, Ubisoft mechanics, where they they ignore you in the grass. Where's he gone? So, have you thought about having holes in the ground, like tunnels or big roots, connected islands? Mate, feature creep. Calm down, Oga man. Calm the fuck down. No, I can't add too much. I would love to just, yeah, like you say, just keep on adding mechanics and things. Be a lot of fun. I do want to move on and make other games, for sure. How am I going to deal with this situation? Do I need to edit this? Is that a bad idea? I look at this guy. Oh, you can't really tell with this one. You have your top sort of layer, which is pretty straight. And then we have... We're probably fine. I'm not sure. Probably did make that too big though. Where's my wireframe gone? No, I've got to turn clipping back on. Back. Go back. It's interesting how some things control Z and other things don't. I don't know. Let's just keep on going with the feathers. Are these going to be properly parented? Yeah. They're not going to be weight painted. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. What's going to happen when I try to pose? Just out of interest. Just out of interest, what will happen when I pose? I mean, I didn't put any weights on them, so they shouldn't work. Yeah, they're not going to work. Now I'm going to start worrying about the bottom. I'm going to scale down. I think. I'm going to scale on the C. No, because they're not straight. I need to straighten them up. How would I do that? Control D. Shift D. Okay, got new feather. 90? I don't know. Transform. Huh. Oh, goddamn clipping. I turned clipping on and I forgot all about it. Okay. How would I do this properly? Didn't Overcane teach me this the other day? Alt G? Control G? Alt R? Shift R. Ooh. I don't know. I'm just gonna guess. I'm just gonna guess. Okay, they should be relatively straight now. I am gonna make them a bit wider. Bit wider. Okay, that's your medium feather right there. You need to be in layout mode. There's like no difference between these two windows. I don't know. Do you mean object mode? Yeah. How you doing, Overcame? What are you up to at the moment? Trying to make a leather. Leather. Not too bad. How complicated is this leather? Is it a good looking leather? Animate it. Oh, I see. That's why you're complaining about the animation. Well, didn't the... you did the tutorial, though. The Polyman. That does, like, very simple animations, doesn't it? Also, if it's just a lever, you could rotate it in Godot, couldn't you? But maybe you want to learn how to do it in Blender. Or just a placeholder for now to interact in the game. Nice. So you press the lever and all the lava falls down and kills you or something? That's what normally happens when you press a lever. My skirt. It's been an hour? Bloody hell. Okay. What should I listen to? More Skyrim? Oh, I was going to listen to Morrowind, actually. Morrowind. Let's give this a go. Let's try this. I already dread my next game. Well, now you know how difficult it is to like, complete one of these bloody things. When are we getting the alpha there for your game? I've been testing since yesterday. Awesome. Tomorrow, maybe? I'm glad you fixed whatever refactoring thing you had to do there. Is this what you do when you're working for a corporation? If you're working for a corporation, I bet you never give it like a clear date for when something might be ready, right? Or the government. You always do like you try to be as vague as possible. Awesome, yeah, and that's gonna work. That's gonna work. And then I just keep on making like layers to activate and deactivate some random stuff. Somehow I managed to make it so Blender can't export GLB and it gives a Python error. Seems like because of these stupid animation actions. Why do I feel like I've seen that before and I know what you're talking about? It is all made out of Python, isn't it? Which is interesting. My various impression of Python is that it's like very, because it's so loosey-goosey, that it would be unstable, right? But Blender is super stable. Well, at least that's been my experience. I think Krita is Python as well. Oh no, it's written in C++. Everything is written in C++. Oh, I bet they use multiple languages, don't they? For these things. C++ and Python. I can't export it to a GLB and it gives some Python error. What's the error? There's a way to see like the errors. There's a log somewhere. I remember looking at it in one of the tutorials. There's a log somewhere that you can bring up with Python. And there's a console. Is this the console? This might be the console here. Right here, look. You can do stuff here. You could write something. You could write some code. Look at this. I don't know why you would want to write some code, but you could do it. Look at all those chickens. That's not looking bad in that view, actually. Let's stretch them out real quick, so we're not looking at... You go back to pose mode. How do I go back to pose mode? Do I reset transform? No. There's like, you can go back to rest mode. Something. I'm mildly annoyed right now. Rest position, here we go. And you should stay there. Okay. Now, let's go back to this one so I can see what's going on a little bit. I'm vaguely tempted to start painting the eagle in just a very rough way so I can see what's going on a little bit. Right? I think I might as well. Let's give it a go. So, oh no, I can't because it's mirrored. It wouldn't work. Do I get rid of the mirror modifier now? I'm not sure. I'll worry about that later then. Let's just keep on adding feathers. Okay, and now let's make the smaller feather. An even smaller feather. Shift D, not Control D, Shift D. And then reset it best I can. And then scale on the y-axis. Let's see, it was malformed. Yeah, I remember. There's probably a shortcut I'm missing to make it go straight. There's a shortcut somewhere. I don't know. One of those secret shortcuts. That'll do the job. That's fine. Well, error message is pretty huge. Something about actions, like target is none or something? I guess when I try to delete excessive actions, I break it somehow. Yeah, I think personally I would start again. Do the animation again. I don't think you have to be efficient with your Blender. I don't think so. I don't think it particularly matters. Yeah. I kind of want to play Moran now. Not funny. What's this? What is this? A rogue something. Something went wrong. What is this? What are you? Do I just delete you? Oh god. Am I missing a face somewhere? Where do you fit in? Is this a jigsaw puzzle? I'm gonna press undo until you disappear, hopefully. Oh god, it's not disappearing. I will just delete you, I suppose. Hopefully it was fine. The animation data cleared helped. Oh. Good thing I didn't. Now we have a hole somewhere at the eagle, yeah. I'm worried about that now. How did that happen? I mean, it should be impossible because they're connected, right? Maybe like I randomly extruded somewhere, something, or... I don't know. Okay. I need to turn off. X-ray, that's not helping. Okay. I've done a good job there, I think. Doing what he did here. To some extent. It does come in like that. I also need to be looking at a real golden eagle. Yeah. I can't be just taking my reference off that one. Is that really what they look like from the bottom? Oh, it's completely different. Oh no, this one looks different. Okay, so... And by the way, the bottom colour of the wing is different to the top colour of the wing. The bottom of the feather is different to the top of the feather. Really? Mate. You're kidding me. So I forgot asked, why do you prefer GOB to blend? Why do I prefer? I have no preference. I just use what works. I've never tried a blend file. None of the tutorials have ever blend file. They always say use the GLB file, so that's what I did, you know? Well, this one... This is the eagle. Okay, I think we're fine. Open up Ben files. Does it really? Wow. That's really cool. But yeah, in general, I can't really tell what's going on in this picture. Oh, look at this one, all the colour on this one. Yeah, I don't know. I should be really using a different feather now. To do the bottom. Use a different feather on the bottom. Look for a golden eagle feather in general. Interesting. So there are multiple species of golden eagle, right? So I've got to decide which one I want, I guess. Yeah. I like the ones. How do I find the English one? That's annoying. Why do they have to have multiple species? Wow. I guess it doesn't have to be perfect, does it? Let's see. Should I just grab this and use this, I suppose? Let's see. Not sure. I need a general feather. You know, I think this is what I want. I just need a generally brownish feather for the body. Well, this one's barred. Okay. Okay. So I do want this one, I think. This is the one I want. Make sure I get the biggest size. Interesting. I'll save that, I suppose. Are you trying to wake me up, Ogre Boga Man? I don't know why I feel so tired today. Thanks. Oh, I've run out. Ugh. I ran out of energy. Halfway there. Drink your coffee. I should drink more coffee. Yeah. You go to the gym though every day or something, don't you, Ogre Man? This is very impressive. At night. Oh right, yeah, I think I remember you talking about that. Yeah, these will be really good, I think. I guess I'll grab the majority here. Which ones do I grab? Well, really I want straight feathers, right? Because they're easier to work with. I might be able to straighten them out. Should I just try to use like this big one? Secondary wing feathers. Yeah, I'll just try to use this one. That's the biggest one, I think, right? And this time, I think I'm gonna use freehand selection. Oh, fuck. I'm losing it. I don't know how much of detail I can get in. Well, we'll see. I'll just do a rough job at the bottom. I might be able to colour. Remove the colours. Okay. Then maybe try to remove some of these colours. Nope. Nope. That ain't gonna work. It's okay. I'll do the rest with the eraser. Gotta fill in this colour though. Oh. Oh. A lot of work, isn't it, making this eagle? And well, I think I will speed up eventually. I'm making birds and things. Once I get into a rhythm, I can probably make one animal a day. But this is quite difficult to work it all out from the start. Once I've got a plan, it'll be a lot better. But after experiencing making this eagle, I'm a little bit worried about how many... I might reduce my scope on how many animals I want to make. But of course, something like a horse is a lot easier than this. Like the bird is particularly complicated because of all these feathers. Of course, well, I said it before, but I probably should have watched the tutorial before I did this. I think that would have been wise. Other animals are kind of similar, aren't they? Perhaps you could even share a rig between them. Yeah, maybe. I intend to do a duck and a goose. Maybe a robin. Some sort of little bird. Would be nice. Straightening this out. I don't think Krita can do that. I don't think Krita can actually straighten this out. Why do I think this got something to do with... I think you can... There's a secret shortcut in Krita for straightening things. No, you can't straighten something out in Krita. No, I'm sure you can. There's a way to do it. Hang on. Warp. Here we go. This didn't work out very well though. Hang on. Go back. Go back maybe... I think it's going to work better with less things. Why does that move so weirdly? Maybe I don't need less, I need more. But let's first find out. What if I just do this? A little bit of painting to stretch it up, to fix it up. A little bit of painting. Actually, that's not bad. That's not that bad. It's not that bad. But yeah, a little bit, perhaps a little bit of painting. But I will copy this. Also cool profile image. Perhaps you could add it as an emote. Oh, you mean my self-portrait? My self-portrait. I should have more. I'm not sure about that as an emote. It's a very serious emote. Maybe we want to do that. Oga Boga Man was talking about how it's like when I'm judging somebody to use for using AI, I make that face. Maybe I could have it as an emote. Let's do that. Why not? Let's see. I'm just gonna get rid of this one. Um, Judge. I'm gonna call it Judge. Um, I think to use it in another person's channel, you have to. It has to be a sub emote, right? So, I can't. Oh wait, what? Oh. Judgment, I guess. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter too much that it's uneven. It's not a huge deal. So I don't know why I'm even showing. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, well, there it is. Nice. I'm a little bit tired today. I don't know why. It might be a shorter stream. Let's get this eagle done. I'm sure I can get this done. This eagle. Feather number 2. Try to get this eagle done though, before I stop streaming. So really, I don't want any of these bottom feathers. Well, I'll just cover them over. I won't get rid of them. But yeah, I don't think I want these feathers. Yeah, I don't think we want those. Jesus. I'm so unfit. Bloody hell. You could just drag it in, couldn't you? As a mesh? Let's do that in object mode. Hello, Belika. Is that a bird? It is. Yeah, you have to do that in object mode. So I guess I'll use a plane. New plane. How you doing, Belika? Nice looking feathers. I didn't draw the feathers. I just got a photo with the feathers. No, they're not my feathers. And this is called a secondary feather material. Wow, you put a cooldown. I did. I'd be wrecked if I had to do it back to back. The judgment. Oh my goodness. It's a good emote actually, isn't it? 10 push-ups. What would Galahad say? I don't know. I think Galahad's a nice guy. Isn't he? It's the workout day. Okay. Just redeem them all now. Can you redeem them all now? When was that? Fuck, I lost count. One more? I think. Oh, that's my limit. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh. You wrecked me there, mate. I'm gonna have to put that cooldown on. I'm gonna put a cooldown on that. Because that is a lot. If you did that again, I'd be wrecked. I need to turn that off for a minute and rest. Just in case you do it again. Holy shit. No more kettlebell stuff for today. Oh. Two minutes is perfect wait time. Okay. I'll do that. They lose the pump. And what is the pump? Loose the pump. What exactly? Munglo, hello. I finished the biggest test. The game didn't crash. Oh, nice. So tomorrow's real. Do I play it tomorrow? I'd love to play it. Hello, Munglo. Hello, how you doing? I'm just making an eagle at the moment. How about you? How's your project going? Oh, oops. Made it shiny. Ooh. And we can flip this around. I could just rotate it. We can scale it to make it look different as well. Actually, let's look at the eagle. Look at the golden. That's like an American golden eagle. Can I specifically call out a European? Interesting, because now these ones don't have the white. This one has the white. The coloration is all different. It's very... There's multiple different, you know, ethnicities, I guess. Subspecies. They're also different. That's crazy. So I can't like uniformly say, oh, this is how the coloration should be. Because this one has a white tail feathers. How annoying. I guess do what you want. I guess do what you want. Oh, hello. Touched up old project, upgraded to 4.4. Oh, nice. Cool. Was this tower defense in some way? Interesting. Tower defense RTS mashup. Cool. Positioning planes is easier if you change the working space to normal. I mean, using one of these. Playable version. Okay. Oh. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go later if you're still here. I really want to finish this eagle. Scale. I'll just scale randomly, it's fine. Nice. I'm so exhausted after those press-ups. I'm not even speaking. I apologize. I'm absolutely wrecked. Cool. Cool. Oh, I forgot that I meant to be going in. Ah.
There you go now. I got rid of the press ups. Yeah, I think that's me done for today. I think my max is like 60. I did about 60, right? Hmm. Okay, move on.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. We're gonna need so many more feathers. But yeah, they basically have something like this. And need lots of little feathers. And lots of little feathers on the top as well. Oh. Oops. Okay. I'm getting there now. I've been a hell. Hello. Hmm. Madness. Now, let's think about what to do next.
I'm worried about the wings. I think I've done the wings incorrectly. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have to just try it and find out, don't I? There's no way to learn unless I just try it. Unfortunately. But I think it's time. What I really want to do is I want to do a little bit of colouring on the mesh. Just so I can see what's going on. Add feathers to the wings, yeah. Yeah. Maybe look at this one. That's how this one's built. You got... It's all plain meshes. Literally the whole thing is just plain meshes. And I'm trying to detect, like... This one isn't a plain mesh. This one here. This could be easier if I go to the fly. Yeah, if you look at this, it's like... Yeah, that's why I think I did it wrong. This is like open. Hmm. It's like layers of plain meshes, isn't it? Like, these aren't individual. Oh no, they are individual. Okay, so there's like the one mesh here. Which is like an open mesh. Yeah, from like there. That's one mesh that comes down. And then... So I think I should open this up, I guess. Fuck it. Just give it a go. I will make a backup, just in case I want to revert. And then, yeah. So interesting, isn't it? How these things are built. Maybe delete all of this. Hmm. Delete select versus. Hmm. Ah. Now I'm even more confused. But that is how he did it. I imagine this is closed, though. The wings might have been a separate object, but they don't look it. It looks like they're not a separate object. Oh, look at that. Well, there you go. That's giving me the clue, isn't it? I think I might redo the wings. Now I've seen this. Let's just start again. Let's get rid of the meta rig actually as well. How do I do that? I don't care about this right now. I need to sort of join them up again. How am I going to do this? I'm doing surgery right now. Surgery. It's for your own good. Calm down. It's for your own good. Now I've got to like stitch that back together. An interesting approach. I'm not sure what I'm doing at the moment. I'm not sure if I did it wrong. Maybe I should make the wings different objects. Maybe it would be better. I don't know. Hmm. Sometimes it decides it can't do it for some reason. Hopefully that's patched you up and I can still loop cut. I can. Nice. Cool. Right. Let's actually save this actually again. Wingless. Okay, so I can go back if this fails or some way. I can be like, okay, let's try again. I can just go back. Do I want to like sculpt this a little bit and smooth it out? Ah! I did the face. My beautiful face I worked hours on. I don't want to ruin that. Okay. Smooth that out a little bit. Ooh. Clipping wasn't on. Now it's a dodo or whatever. Looks like a dodo. I think my legs are probably too big. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's think. What do we have here then? We have... So yeah, you have your wing is like this. It's like a tube. And it's maybe, you know, if the leg's here and the head's here, it's like in between the two, I guess. So, legs here, the head's here. Yeah, it's about here. So, that's where I'm thinking of putting it. It's like an oval, not an oval. It's a teardrop sort of shape, isn't it? So it's probably something like this, I think. And then you look at this, there's very sharp angles actually. There's only a few vertices here. It's not, he's got less than me actually. Really. I'm just going to move these into a general shape by hand first. It's like flat on the top. Oh no, it's not. Maybe I should get rid of these middle ones, and that's distracting me a little bit. No, it's gonna be harder to work out. You can see right through it. I'm just going to move these out of the way, I suppose. Something like this. It probably doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, just the general shape is probably fine. I might press this button. Smooth vertices. No, don't press that button. I wanted to make them flat. Maybe sculpt. This is why having less vertices is probably good. Alright, I'm going to attempt to delete the middle now. I think. Okay. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. Again, I'm going to make another backup because I'm paranoid. Why not? I'm feeling better about this. Do I think that's big enough, or is that correct, or... Don't know. What I do know is we're not even gonna have, we're gonna have one of the sides open. Oh, nice. Yeah. So I'm going to select this edge, but unselect this edge. Then I'm only going to extrude to this bit. Yeah, this bit here. Oh, it's different on the bottom. Oof. Is it different on the bottom than it is on the top? It is, isn't it? Okay. Very cool. Yeah, whoever made this is obviously super advanced. So I don't know, but I should obviously be learning how to do it properly. But this is super complicated. There's probably a simpler way to make an eagle. Let's get the rough size. Let's go up to here, I suppose. I'm just going to add a bunch of extrusions. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Now we're going to morph this into the wing shape. Okay. Let's think about this. So he definitely immediately comes out and sort of intersects into the actual bird. Like there's a clipping going on, and that's okay. So I think what happens immediately is this. So I know it's weird, but I really think that that's what he does. You know? We should add plenty of loop cuts near the edge though. near the bends. And this is gonna have to go all the way back to kind of past where the leg is actually. It's got to come like here, hasn't it? Is this the right thing to do right now? Let me think. Maybe I want to cut it. Do you know what I mean? Go back. I want to like cut it so there's not that weird stretching. Or extrude it. Yeah, if I extrude, but we get rid of this. Wait, no. But we get rid of this and extrude just this bit. I think that's what we want to do. It looks a lot like an airplane now, doesn't it? Which I guess that's, yeah. It's meant to look like an airplane. I think that, yeah, that's what you do. Extrude out like that. And then... Oh, but actually, now I'm thinking about it. We're just looking at this plane here, this one here, right? This plane here, which is sort of in the middle of the body. So perhaps like here. I'm not actually that far. Actually, you know what? I'm not that far off at all. Now I'm looking at it because the middle of the body. Yeah, and then those wings are gonna come back like that. The extra wings. Okay, so I'm not that far off. And then we can add loop cuts like this. Right. It should actually work if I want to. Okay. Not sure I want this normal stuff anymore. But yeah, so there's that. Okay, yeah, this was the way to do it. Yeah, I'm really glad I looked at that picture a little bit more. Hello, Hilda, mate. No Valley. Do ancient memes? How old are you, Hilden? I had the impression that you're quite young. That's an ancient meme. You really shouldn't know that meme. Oh, 30. Oh, you're the same age as me then. Pretty much. You do know the ancient memes. I'm so excited to fly with this eagle. It's gonna be great. But I gotta make it first. Very tricky. Let's see. So, I wish I could just pull apart this model. You know? I really wish I could pull apart this model. Let's get it up so he's here. But yeah, the top layer of this initial mesh is only 2/3 of the way through the wing, but the bottom side, you know, is 4/4. So, which is interesting. Like there's a cut there. Also, we've got this shape to consider here. Is that geometry or is that a PNG situation where you've alphaed that? I don't know. Looks like airplane wings, yeah. I think they're meant to, right? That's how they're designed. I think airplanes are... no, airplanes are designed off of birds, right? They probably studied birds and then they were like, oh, that's how we should do it. So let's see. Let's push that back in so it clips a little bit. I think I do want at least one loop cut here for now. Just so I can... So then we do something like this. Could use proportional editing. That's going to move the bottom as well, right? So I'm just going to do it by hand. I could use the sculpting. I'm just going to do it normally. And then eventually I'll get into the sculpting, I think. Yeah, so the top is the 2/3 of the wing along. If this is my reference here, this picture, then 2/3 of the wing, 1/3, 2/3. Oh, it's basically where I am at. Right? So okay, I'm doing fine. But this has got to sort of crimp in a bunch. Maybe use the scale to do that. Yeah. Something like that. Ooh, this is looking a lot better already. And I haven't even worked on it that much. And then the bottom is different. So the bottom is maybe an extrude situation, but the bottom, yeah, I think it's an extrude situation. It's on a different, comes out a little bit more. So I think from here to here, I'll extrude another. Actually, let's measure this. I'll extrude like this much. Okay. I'd rather the wings were too big than too small. You know, I think that's important. Thanks for that image. Now that is now in my mind. Did I say something in my ramblings? Humans eat food and extrude it to the toilet. What? What did I say? What did I say? That's funny. Extrude is a weird word, isn't it? Extrude. I never used the word extrude. The bottom is an extrude. I never used the word extrude until Blender. I never even heard. I don't think I ever heard the word extrude in conversation in my entire life. Is it even a word? Or did they make it up? Just for Blender? I heard it in 3D modeling and 3D printer. Okay. Oh, do I need to add a loop cut here? Oh, for some reason I thought they would. Of course they wouldn't, no. Print head extruding. Can I see some of your 3D printed art? Maybe at some point? Food intrudes the mouth. Yes. Okay. I will accept your update, Windows. I will allow it this one time. Not right now, though. Let's think. I think I'm way too sort of thing is, I'm just looking at this bit. Right? Just this bit. It's just a nice curve. It's just a nice curve. Here. All the way up to here. I wonder if I smooth vertices. Ooh. Nice curve. And then the same thing here. Here to here. Smooth those vertices. Well, that didn't work exactly as intended. And I wanted to smooth this out. The end here. When I'm painting in Blender, can I do an alpha channel? Don't think so, right? My best pieces are given away to mother and others. Ah. Yes. I like making presents for my family. For sure. Okay. And in terms of the actual shape, there's a lot going on. I think it's time for... The thing is, do I need geometry for when I got time to print something useful? Again, I can take a few pictures. Okay, cool. Nice. Do I want geometry of the feathers, or am I going to try to use PNGs? How am I going to do this? You're allowed to have an alpha channel in your texture. Of course you are. You're allowed to have alpha channels in your texture. Whether you can do that in Blender, though, is another question. Maybe you could make a stencil. I'm thinking about it. You could probably make a stencil that was a feather. Why not? Oh, that's how you do it. Ah, see? My big brain is working hard here. That's how you do it. And then you have to alpha the channel somehow. You have to alpha the... By the way, where they're connecting, those need to be a lot more sort of connected. I need to smooth that out a bit. Like that. We're gonna get some wall textures for your game. Yeah, I like these free websites. However, if you're going for like pixel art or something, you can't use them, can you? These are all relatively like realistic textures. Yeah. If you want pixel art or something low poly, you can't use this. You have to do some editing. Editing, I suppose. Anyway, in terms of this wing, let's think about the shape of it. So it's a lot thinner, gets a lot thinner. So let's do that first. In general, that's a good idea. So it stays this thick at the start, but then it gets a lot thinner. So let's do that. It's a good first move, I think. That is unfortunate that I'm moving both sides somehow. Yeah. What's this one? Grab 2D, grab silhouette. Maybe I should just scale them down a little bit or something. Use the scale tool to resize them. To make them smaller. Gotta get a lot thinner. A lot thinner. I'm gonna try using this. And I'm gonna try resize X direction. Z direction. Oops. Resize Z. Size Z. Size Z. Not sure that that's gonna do anything there. Okay. Size Z. Size Z. Okay. Is that too thin now? That might be too thin. I'm not sure, I can't. Might be a bit too thin. But we'll just grab them. Sculpt a bit. Like that. So start putting that curve in a little bit. You know how there's a curve? Sort of up and down, and it sort of goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up again. Try to emulate that a bit more. Of course, I do the majority of that once I'm doing the plane meshes. But yeah, up and down.
Relatively flat though. That's a good idea. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't do that. In terms of like the top one as big as the bottom one? I think so. I think they're more or less the same size. Yeah, it's just that one's longer than the other. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm ready to start on the wings a little bit more. Maybe just... don't know. Okay, I'm probably gonna, yeah. Move on now. Okay. So now I add like the wing feathers and stuff. So however, I do think I want to get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Right, okay. I'm up. Back. Back. This is very intimidating. This bird has been super intimidating. It's not... This has been my most complicated... This is my second model, isn't it? And I chose... Why did I choose the most complicated thing? Well, I didn't know it was going to be complicated at the time, I suppose. Why do I always do this to myself? I always choose the most complicated thing to practice on. But I suppose if you do the hard thing first, then maybe it's easier. It's like training for a marathon or something. If you do the... Some people, when they're training for a marathon, they will train like... there's like things they do to their lungs to make it harder to breathe. Like they'll go up a mountain and train up at the top of the mountain so that it's harder to breathe. Anyway. So that's maybe what I'm doing. Drinking coffee with the wife. Nice. So let's add the feathers, the wing feathers. Huh. This is what I was looking at, right? Primary wing feathers. Why are they weird like that? Like, where do I put these ones? These funny ones. No, I wanted to look at this picture. Oh. See how Alamy will just claim this picture? It was posted on Pinterest and then Alamy claims it. So cringe. Okay, so
The very tips have those funny feathers. And it slowly becomes normal feathers. Interesting. Very cool. So what I'm gonna do, I'm probably just gonna grab one of those funny feathers, and then we'll just use the scaling. So it's probably just grab this one. This one's got the color on it. Maybe.
I was muted this entire time. Are you still there, Dan? I apologize. I love that new emote. That's good. Okay, hello Dan. I was just asking if, you know, you sorted out your normal map, or no, your specular map issue. And I was thanking you for raiding me, because normally I raid you. Oh, you did work it out? You probably don't have to describe the problem now if you don't want to, but I'd be interested to hear about it. This is a wing feather material. Add a texture, image texture. Okay. An angel joined the chat. Saved my butt. Oh, nice. It was a mix of not understanding how it works and how I was using the lights. Interesting. An agent. An angel. To be honest, I never got into lights in 2D. I'm getting into lights with 3D a little bit. But 2D was... There's actually a whole different system. So I can't even help that much. I think Specular does something different in 3D than it does in 2D. I'm not sure. So I didn't really understand, to be honest. I actually know more now about 3D lighting than I do about 2D lighting, because I never did any lighting in Grand Fantasy Heroes. Now, I might want to carve this up a little bit so it can bend. If I need it to. Where's my reference gone? There it is. Yeah, you see at the very ends, there's a cut here so that they can bend. So they can bend up. So I need to do the same. Probably not there, probably here somewhere, right? Yeah, they're bending at the... Okay, so somewhere there. And I suppose I will preemptively do this. Nice. Okay. That's roughly right. Well, I'm looking at this guy, and this This is smaller. This first one's small. Eye is back. And then big, bigger, bigger. Yeah, actually, the biggest one is like this one here. These two. So this one's actually small. And then scale that one up. Oh, but they're poking through. I'm unsure if I should be using, like, in my textures, I have the bottom bit. Oh, he has it in his textures as well. Okay. I can always add another loop cut to them. This is a problem. You know what? Let's do that. Put another loop cut there, and then I can just bring this guy up. Problem solved. Okay. Maybe that's too big, I'm not sure. It should be longer than more longer than anything else. Okay. Scale that down a tiny bit. I think they should be closer together, actually. Hmm. Oops. I guess it's a mix. Like where they're placed. Be a bit more careful about that. How am I going to animate this? Okay, stop thinking about that. Just do it first. I can think about that later. God, this is complicated though. Am I even doing it in the right way? I'm not sure. Mate, imagine if I can get all the wings to move and stuff though. Be awesome. All the feathers to move. Okay. I think that'll do me for the... I'll make sure that doesn't peek through. Okay. So those are the wing tips, and then all the rest is just going to be the normal feathers. I never even noticed there's a mistake here. Tinfoil, what? I gotta go, have fun. Alright, tinfoil? Thanks. I guess you don't really need to move the feathers, only the wing. Well, if you watch this, the feathers are definitely bend down. They're definitely bending and stuff. And then they bend up again. I think that would add a lot as well if I was able to do that. I'm sure I will be able to just weight paint it in some way and rig it. I'm sure. But it really looks like he's animated every single plane individually in some way. I don't know how. But they all move sort of independently. It's crazy. There's probably a special technique for doing it. Maybe some sort of physics. Using physics in some way to do it. I got 2D tile map. I got custom data fields. I read the data from the tiles with a script to enable walls according to... Interesting. Interesting. I think I'm just going to use the 3 types of feathers though. Got this feather. Sure, I could add like this feather, but it's basically the same as this feather, so let's see. I think I will just copy, I will just use this feather here. And if it looks bad, I will worry about it then. What have I done? Oh, there's 2 feathers there. Is it? Oh, somehow I've made a mistake with this, I think. I'm just going to delete it. That's no longer a plain mesh somehow. Let's make sure clipping is off. How about this one? Yeah, this one's also turned into like a triangle or something. That's a mistake. How about this one? Oh, this one's okay. Alright, let's use this one. Shift D. Hopefully. Well. Oh. Yeah, we just have... I mean, this one makes it look a lot simpler than the model, to be honest. We've got 2 pictures of that. Let's get a different reference up. There's really just one layer of like long wings. But they are definitely a different color. I'll worry about that later. Probably scale the Y more than anything. I suppose I need these ones to bend as well, right? Potentially. No, I don't think so. I don't think these ones ever bend, really. Those ones don't look like they bend at the ends. Do they? You watch. It's pretty straight. It's just these ones at the end that are bending. Yeah, it's just the ones at the end that bend. Can't hurt to put a little bit. Yeah, there's definitely some geometry in there. There's at least one cut. Okay, I can't hurt to put the cut in there. Let's do it. And if I don't use it, I don't use it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, if you look at that picture as well, it's like all at an angle. But all sort of, well, sort of at an angle. You obviously got 2 layers of them as well. So I'm just going to go for it, I think. And we'll work out if it looks bad later. Something's terribly, terribly wrong with this mix. Alright, we'll go back to the beginning. When the mix wasn't bad. Birds this big eat rabbits. Hello, okay dog. Hello, mate. How you doing? I hope your mower got sorted out and everything. How's your mini game going as well? Your game of mini games about going to work and being fired. Yeah, they're going to be different sizes, you know? Difficult to judge. But I probably need to change the sizes every now and then to be different. Also, we can change the rotation as well so that they look different. Yeah. Mo delivery on Tuesday. Spent today cleaning my office and making preparation. Okay. Did you finish Morrowind? Have I beaten Morrowind? I beaten it once. Yes. It's kind of an old game though, isn't it? Like, I don't know. It's difficult to go back to these old games with these. You get used to the comforts of modern gaming, and it can be quite difficult. But it is a beautiful game. I wish there was a remaster or something. There is going to be a Skyrim mod, isn't there? There's 2 Skyrim mods coming out. There's... Of course, these are lifelong projects. But, like... The fact that the people are willing to put so much time into these lifelong projects that are probably never going to see real fruition is ridiculous. But, you know, there's Sky Oblivion and there's a Skyrim mod that's meant to do a Morrowind as well, but I didn't Because the problem is, people can make the world potentially in Skyrim, but they wouldn't be able to do this quests and the NPCs and stuff like that. That's asking a lot. A mode which merges Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. A mod. No, it's just a mod. So Sky Oblivion is, you know, Oblivion in Skyrim, and then there's another one called, I don't know what it's called, but something that puts Morrowind in Skyrim as well. But yeah, like I say, doing these mods, these giant mods, and you're not getting paid for these mods. Well, some people do, I suppose. If you've got a patron and stuff, maybe you do get paid a little bit. And maybe it can become your full-time job a little bit. You never know. Definitely. It's a lot of work, isn't it? That's why I stopped making Hilden. Oops. That's funny though. I'll leave that up there. There are some rumors about Oblivion Remastered, yeah. What's your favourite Bethesda game? Overcane? Or anybody who wants to. Morrowind is the best? Wow. Yeah, I mean, the combat in Morrowind, I just can't. The role-based combat, I mean, it's interesting, but I don't know that it fits like an action. It was like a... It's like the Morrowind was a weird in-between, like working things out. It's interesting to think about it in that sort of sense. Like working out how an action combat game should be like. But in terms of the story and the, you know, the guilds and stuff, I love that. I got time up layer per dungeon layer. If I automate it, it won't be much pain to handle. So you're transferring from 2D to 3D in some way. You're using the 2D tile maps in some way to generate your 3D world. That's the impression that I'm getting. Sounds very clever. I guess Skyrim, because that's the only game that I beat. Oh, really? Oh, you didn't play it that much? Skyrim is the best. And it still looks good, which is incredible, right? I think graphics really peaked at a certain point. You don't need more graphics. At some point, it just stops adding anything to it. For sure. Yeah, I'm getting there. Just 100 more feathers to go. Hello, Wimpoo. Hello, mate. I'm glad you got multiplayer working. Do you wanna show it off or anything? Oh, I'll make you a moderator. In case you want to post anything. I'll scale as well. Widen it up. Two people can connect. Have you used GeoNodes? No, what's that? Is that an Unreal thing or is that a Blender thing? GeoNodes would make up the feathers easier. Oh, cool. Have a look.
Welcome to this Geometry Nodes course. This is going to be a absolute beginner's course for Geometry Nodes, and there's a lot of stuff out there at the moment, but I feel like some of them are a little bit confusing. So we're going to be approaching this from an absolute beginner's perspective.
This seems okay. This seems like something I want to learn, but not right now. That seems advanced. You should have done the donut tutorial. Maybe I should have, yeah. Did that have GeoNodes in? Yeah, maybe I should have done the donut tutorial. I do like to be able to edit all my feathers though. But maybe you can do that with GeoNodes, I don't know. What? How? Oh. Nice. It's coming along. Hmm. It's sort of like... It's actually like a square shape, interestingly. So I did this wrong, I think. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's I have one too many. Okay. And then we go into like the more normal feathers. It's just straight down like that. It's really, yeah, I should be doing a better job of that. They like intersect with each other, don't they?
This is Blender.
Oh my god. The donut tutorial. $5. Do I have 5 hours to spend on this? Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I've watched his videos. I watched, he taught me how to do the stencils. Watched one of his videos. He seems really, he's the expert, isn't he? Although, it doesn't quite, you do this stuff and it doesn't, like he's doing the shader stuff. And of course, the problem is, that shader stuff isn't gonna translate to Godot in any way. These things on top of the donut are randomly generated. Ah, I see. That's a really good idea. I bet the shader stuff translates to Unreal a little bit better. Geometry nose is good for things like hair. Ah. Well, yeah, once I'm doing the hair, ooh. Maybe I should learn how to do it then. Anyway. I need to make sure my eagle is anatomically correct. Which is maybe a bit too much, isn't it? I don't need to be doing this. If they stick out like that, what I can do is I can just push it up. Ooh. You gotta think about the way they overlap is very particular, right? It has to be I need a bigger picture. Okay. This is the golden eagle here. You see, the way it overlaps is very particular. Yeah. I gotta think about that. Yes, so that's wrong right there. I should be able to see that. Maybe I'll bring it out more, actually. Because I'm going to paint that. Yeah. I'd rather the wings be too big than too small. So I'll bring that out. There. I can select both, that's fine. I see, yeah, that's why it's got to be angled. I see. So that they fit in correctly. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there we go. Of course, this stuff will be covered over by wing, like there'll be feathers on top of that, right? So I don't have to worry too much. It doesn't have to be perfect either. It can just to be, you just have to make sure it's more or less correct. So come out like that. And they're close together. They're super close together. They're knit. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I've been doing. Yeah, it's gonna take a long time. I'm settling in. You know, I'm okay. I'm relaxing at this point. Actually, I'm nearly in the flow state. I'm sort of accepting the fact that it's gonna take a long time, and I'm just, you know, I'm entering that flow state. Or trying to. But yeah, geonodes sound like the way to go. I don't know if they could put this detail in, but what you could do is it could place all of the stuff for you, and then maybe you apply the modifier or something, and then you can edit them afterwards. That's probably how it works. So you can put down the majority, and then you know what, let's try it. After this, I will try it. Make a clever creature with them and then compare. Yeah, maybe we'll do like the robin or the duck. And I'll do it all with geonodes once I learn about them. But if I could get a quick tutorial, I could do it now. And what I would do is I would put it all over the body. Put the geonodes over the body. In terms of shape, like again, it's pretty square, isn't it? Pretty square. Like it's coming down here. Pretty square, actually. Then I need to make sure my angles are correct though. Then I started reading, rereading for like the 4th or 5th time, Red Rising yesterday. It's like a science fiction book. It's about sort of a caste system where all of these superhumans are genetically engineered and they control the solar system. It's one of my favorite science fiction books. That's really why I'm obsessed with the idea of doing, for my science fiction games, having just the solar system. I think it's way more exciting. If you can, I mean, the scale of a game, just because a game has like 100 planets, 1,000 planets, doesn't make it more exciting or more fun in some way, right? Like, just because No Man's Sky has well, it's that Starfield problem, right? Where they have a bunch of planets, but they're all empty. Like, there's no point in that. So I want to make a solar system that feels alive. and I want to make a fantastical solar system. So it's more fiction than science. And yeah, it's more fiction than science, which means basically all of the planets are inhabited and they all have oxygen and all of that, right? They've all been terraformed in some sort of magical way where you know, they're all inhabitable, and they have all had interesting monsters on them and interesting creatures and diverse. But everybody's a human, but they're like diverse. So you can have your red humans, your green humans, your like lanky and humans, and your squat humans, and like, let's say if you're living out in Pluto, you probably have really big eyes, and but you're still a human, but you kind of look like an alien. Putting that time and effort into like making all the feathers correct, it adds a lot. That was well worth it. That was really worth it. I could do a better job though. I could do even better than that, but I'm randomly selecting the wrong thing. I'll flip you around. Awesome. Yeah, that was well worth it. Oh, that took a long time, but hell yeah. I think I will make these longer. That too long? That's probably too long. That looks weird now. Hang on. I wanted to make them a little bit longer, but not that much longer. Let's just move them out a tiny bit. Oh yeah, it's actually looking like an eagle now. Oh yeah. I'm so happy. Okay. Just 100 more feathers to go. And this is where, you know, let's try the geonode thing.
And what you see here is actually just a very, very simple demonstration of how you can use geometry nodes. We're just going to be demonstrating the very basic concept of how to get started, like understanding a group input, a group output, how this is kind of like a modifier, and then we'll progressively move towards, in this multi-part series, to more complicated topics. So this is going to be part one of this series. Part two, we'll be looking at the set position, and so on. And even as somebody who really is intimidated by geometry nodes, you will eventually, with this course that I'm putting on YouTube, grow and learn the basics. I'm approaching this in a way where hopefully you won't get overwhelmed. I think if I take one concept at a time, break it down, and then eventually build on those concepts, the hope is that you, as a beginner, somebody who doesn't know much about geometry nodes, can really start to understand it and see how you can make something cool with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed this multi-part course that I'm going to be uploading to YouTube, and that it introduces you to geometry nodes in a very practical way. So let's jump into part one, where we start learning the very basics. So we're going to be looking at the very basics to get started with. So let's select our default cube, and I'm going to show you a few things in a second related to objects we can start with. But for now, let's just go over here to this geometry nodes workspace. And here you can see we have these three windows. We have our 3D view, which has our cube here. We have this thing over here where we can evaluate things like our position, our edge. This is essentially our index information here. We're not going to get too much into that at the moment. That will be something we cover later on. So for now, what we're going to do is come here and hover over this and just drag it. And so now we're just going to be focusing on the very basics. So we need to understand that geometry nodes in many ways is like a modifier that gives you more of the control. In fact, if you go over with a object selected, if you go over to your modifiers, you can actually add a geonodes modifier by going add modifier, and then over here you should actually see it says geonodes. It's actually one of the main things that comes up. Or you can just go search here and type in geo, and it comes up with geonodes. But realistically, you'll just come over here and click new, and it does the exact same thing. Now, when you create a new geometry node system, it comes up with two things here. It comes up with a group input and a group output. So essentially, a group output is what you're seeing here over now. And because this group input is the actual object, the input is the output. So it's a cube is input, so the output is a cube, and that's what you're seeing. That seems kind of obvious, but if you were to come over here now and you go Shift A in this window and you go search, and let's for example type in sphere, you get a UV sphere, and you place it on this cable here, so the mesh is going into the geometry. All of a sudden, our cube over here, you can actually see in the scene collection that is indeed the cube, is now having a group output that is a sphere. So now we've taken the group input, which is our cube, and this is no longer feeding into our output. That's why we're not seeing it. So this is kind of the cool thing about geometry nodes, because you can actually, in fact, I'm going to demonstrate here in this 3D view. We're going to go Shift A. Let's just go to our mesh options, add in the monkey head, and in our front view, let's just move over onto the side. And with this monkey head, you can either go and create a new geometry node system, or if you want to share that geometry node system over here. In fact, let's just come and click on that cube, and let's just come here and name it. Let's just call it test 1. So we can click on the monkey here, and we can go over here and create a new geometry node system, and we can come to the drop down, and we can actually share that test 1. So now, even though it says over here in our scene collection on the outliner, it says Suzanne, which is the monkey head, yet what are we seeing? We're seeing the UV sphere. And you can now essentially create a complex node network in this test 1 that we've named here. You can add all sorts of things, you can make anything, and at any point you can grab any object in Blender and give it those properties.
Anti-V!
So you can do the same sort of network on that object. Now, one cool thing as well is whatever you do, you always take your original mesh and plug that into the output. So, for example, you can take this cube that is actually a cube, and you can come in here and, for example, go Shift A, search, and maybe get a transform. So transform geometry. This is a very simple node for beginners to start with because it really already deals with concepts that you're already familiar with as a Blender user. So, for example, we've got the X, Y, and Z components here, which show the directions in our 3D space. So you can probably already figure this out. If we take this transform geometry and we come here to the, for example, the translation, which is where it is located in the 3D space. If you come here to the X and you move it up by 1 meter by tapping in 1, we're not surprised to see here that it's moved up 1 meter on the X, right? You can come here and slide that like so. And as you can come over here, you can see that we can come take the Z here and move up on the Z. So this is a great beginner node because it kind of lets you see over here how this is working. You're taking the thing that comes in, the input, you're doing something to it, and it's spitting it back out into the group output. Right? And it's actually happening to the monkey here because we click on the monkey, it's sharing that test 1. So it's saying we're taking the monkey input, the monkey is having the transform geometry done to it, and we're seeing it in the 3D space because it's going to the group output. So this is, in a nutshell, what geometry nodes allows us to do. Now this is obviously a very, very simple explanation. There are very, very complex networks we can build, but really one way you can sum this up to really understand that is we're making our own modifier. We're creating a system here that can do things procedurally to a piece of mesh or a curve, and it's very powerful. So let's actually do something with this now. I'm going to actually select the monkey head and just press delete. I'm going to select the cube, and I'm just going to go to transform geometry here, and I'm just going to go ahead and holding it, I'm going to press Control X, and it'll just get rid of it without disconnecting the cable. Now over here we still have our UV sphere. So instead of working with the cube here, let's go ahead and just place the UV sphere on here. So the mesh is going to the geometry, and we'll take this group out input and move it over. So now we're going to do something with this sphere. In fact, we're going to do a few things. So let's start by going Shift A, and let's go search, and let's type in something you'll all be familiar with. We're going to type in extrude, so let's type in X and go extrude mesh. Let's place it on this table. So the UV sphere is going into the mesh here, and you'll actually notice here that this is this greenish color, and the reason it goes into the mesh here because it is compatible with that. So this also has a greenish color. So this green lines in Blender geometry nodes is going to be our geometries that we're working with. So if I were to take this mesh output and plug it into, for example, the selection, it turns red because that is not compatible. If I plug it into the offset here, that sort of purple here is a vector math input, so that's not compatible either. If I take the mesh and plug it into offset, it's not compatible. It's not compatible with any one of these, and that's why we have these red lines. Okay, so that's something you're going to notice a lot. So I can take the UV map here, I can plug the purple square into the purple square here, and it'll allow that because it's compatible. So that's also a very straightforward concept to get around. Obviously, you might not understand what these things mean yet. That's fine. Don't worry about it too much. I'm just letting you know how we plug things in. So this is now extruding every face. So if you come here, you can turn off individual. So now, if we go, you obviously not going to notice any fingers. It's extruding every face equally. But if we were to maybe turn individual back on again, so you see it's extruding every individual face, we can come here and decrease this amount, make something like this. And now let's say we want to smooth this out. We can move up, and now we can go Shift A, search, and we can get a sub. Let's get a subdivision surface. Don't confuse it with a subdivide mesh. Just get a subdivision surface modifier. Place it on here, and now it is doing a subdivision surface modifier operation here. So we can go and bump up levels. And you'll notice if we actually right-click and go Shade Smooth, it's not going to work. Because in geometry nodes, everything has to be controlled with the node. So we're going to move up a bit. We're going to go Shift A, search, and we're going to get a set. and we're going to type in space, and then we're going to type in smooth. We're going to go set shade smooth and place it over here, and now we have some nice smooth shading happening here. So now we have a system here that we've created. We, instead of having a whole bunch of modifiers here, we have now just this one geometry node modifier that we've created that can do this operation here to something. So we can easily now go and quickly add in Suzanne into the scene here. So let's grab the monkey head, move her over, come to new over here, come to drop down, and let's get that test one. And yeah, in this case, obviously, it's going to start as a sphere. But what we can do here is we can actually come and we can click here on this little 2, and now it's going to be test 1001. Let's just call it test 2. And now we can take our group input and plug that into the mesh. So now Suzanne has that happening instead of here. Now we can come here to this extrude, we can lower that, and now we're creating this cool effect here. Now this is a very simple demonstration. You could probably just do this over here in modifiers, but there are going to be a lot more complicated things that you can actually do. So now I'm going to go ahead and let's just grab the sphere where we have test 1. I'm going to demonstrate one more thing, which I think is really cool. So let's say, for example, you wanted to reuse this UV sphere, right? So you can either do it one of two ways. You can go Shift D to duplicate this UV sphere. Then over here on the group output, you're probably wondering, well, how are we going to have just a normal UV sphere and the modified UV sphere, right? That is where we have something very powerful. Geometry nodes is one that you can use a lot of time, and that's called a join geometry. So we're going to go Shift A, we're going to go to search, we're going to type in join, and just be very careful here, because when I first started geometry nodes, and a lot of people I know who are very professional at this made the same mistake, it's so easy to keep accidentally clicking on join strings, but just always remember, if you're a beginner, that it shouldn't be below. It's not the join strings, don't get those two mixed up. It's Shift A, search, and get a join, and get the join geometry. A lot of beginners make that mistake. It obviously seems obvious now. I've done this for a while. So we go and place the join geometry right over here. So we have this output from our modification. So kind of look at this whole thing over here as a modification. The extrude, the subdivision surface, and the set shade smooth, right? And then we've got the UV sphere over here to duplicate it. We can now take that fresh one and join it in here. Now, you're actually not seeing it, but it's actually inside of there. So what we can do, we can take this UV sphere and go Shift A, search and get a transform. You get a transform geometry and place it over here. Let's just come here on the Z and just move it up till it's sitting on top of here. But what's even cooler, we can actually take this UV sphere over here. We don't need to even duplicate another UV sphere. We can just go ahead and take the same output and put it into here. Or the same input of the UV sphere. So now we literally have the exact same UV sphere that's going to this join geometry. So in a way, this is the exact same UV sphere, but the only difference is the one in the top input has this happening to it over here. And the thing that's really cool is if I wanted to, I could actually come here and grab this extrude mesh, the subdivision surface, and set smooth, just select them. Then you can hit Control G, and so Control G or Command G, and now this is its own little node package with a group input and group output. So you can actually press Tab to go out, and now this thing is its own little modifier package. So if I wanted to, I could actually grab it and press M to mute it, so now you can't see that effect. And I can press M again to bring it back. And I can even go ahead and go Shift D to duplicate it and place it over here. So now both of these have this. So just like this, using just one little UV sphere here, we've done this over here. How cool is that? So I'm going to grab this guy here and just get rid of it. So now we are really starting to understand how this works. And you could keep going. You could come over here, Shift D with this join geometry, create another one, take the same UV sphere, plug it into this join, and then you can grab your transform geometry, Shift D to duplicate, place it over here. And now let's maybe move it over on the X. So how cool is that? And the thing that's even better, you can actually come here to segments and maybe make it something like 24 over here. And now it updates on all of those at the same time. Same with the rings, right? Take the rings and make it 12. How cool is that? And I'm just going to show you one more thing. If you ever want to cut the cables together, you can actually hold the shift and right click and just drag through them. And now this mesh input comes several different points here. But this isn't critical to understand as a beginner. This is more just when you get more into like being really organized with your scene. Just having the ability to cut cables together would be kind of handy. But that's not 100% relevant to geometry nodes when you're first getting started. That's just kind of something you'll see me do every now and then, but it's not 100% essential. Okay? So I hope that this has been a handy tutorial, and definitely check out part 2. We're going to start getting into the set position. The set position node essentially allows us to manipulate our mesh. Let me grab it here. Set position node essentially allows us to start doing things with our mesh, so like manipulate it and distort it, and it's going to be a very, very commonly used node as you progress with geometry nodes. So I'll see you guys in the next part. Thank you for watching, and enjoy.
I don't know, this is going to take a long time. To get anywhere with it. Did you... I guess I have to just keep on watching until he mentions feathers or something. But I'm sorry about the stream. That's the only problem is, like, does the stream really want me to... Do I really care about the stream? Do I actually care about you? Some tutorials that specifically make feathers with geometry nodes. Yeah. I mean, what you should do is watch all of those. Watch what I just watched, right? What you should do is watch it from the very beginning. You should slowly like copy what he does and mess around with it and slowly go for it. Or you can just skip to the end and try to make feathers. Yeah. It's like with shaders. Perhaps you could just copy and paste and change random stuff. Right? Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, that's true. That is what I do. Because I don't understand shaders, but I just like copy and paste. Crux for RPG. Hello. Welcome to the stream. That's very... How you doing? I see you playing Chained Echoes. It looks a lot of fun. Yeah. Day after day. Gotta hang out on Twitch today. Yeah, that's good. I'm just trying to make this eagle in Blender. It's going to be for my game. It's going to fly around and it's going to attack you. Change something on my website, now it's 404 and find out how to fix the config files. Yeah, so I'm just debating whether I should watch the tutorial on stream or not, but I probably shouldn't. So I'm making this eagle, but I'll show you my game for a bit. Actually, why don't I take a break and work on my game for a bit? Are you thinking about working on your game at all? Crux RPG? In RPG Maker? So I haven't done too much. I don't know when you last saw it, Crux, but you know, I added these waterfalls. And there's like a lake here now, and you can swim in the lake. Wanted to fix Justy Game. I had too much going in that project. I didn't even know what to do anymore. You keep on restarting your project over and over again. That's what you do. That's what most people do. I feel like you just keep on doing it over and over again until eventually it sticks. I had the wrong folder in my config files. So now the rabbit can swim. But you can't jump when you swim, that's very important. And also these islands, they move now. So like the floating islands, you see if they move up and down. To make the platforming a little bit harder. I also added these clouds. Oh, and I don't know if you saw the house. I finished the inside of the house, so I made like a bunch of furniture and stuff. And I just played, it was like playing The Sims for a bit, where I just, yeah, I made all this furniture. And all these paintings are going to have there's going to be more than one painting eventually. But I've got to paint them. So I finished the house. And there's going to be some people living in here. You were editing trees last time I was here. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's going to be some people living in here. And yeah, it's going to be really cute. think that's basically everything. Hang on. Maybe this forest is new. I did a little look. This is the forest where you get ambushed by the fox. I really hang on Twitch before work now. I mean, get everything up early. That's okay. And I tried to add God rays to but they're quite difficult to see. Oh, there you go. You can sort of see, it's very subtle. I don't know if you can even see that on Twitch. But there are sort of God rays. I don't know if you know what that means. It's like, it's like streaks of light through the air. But they're very subtle. I gotta maybe increase the intensity. To use spring arm for the player camera. I tried spring arm, but it was always buggy and it never worked. So I used a raycast instead. Yeah. So oh, the ruins, like the stone circle. Anyway, it's nearly finished. My game's nearly finished now, so I'm just adding animals and stuff. So I want to add an eagle and a fox at the bare minimum, and then I will see how many animals I can sort of fit in before I get bored of the game. Yeah, because I think I'm being a bit over ambitious because it's taken me, I've been on this eagle for maybe 3 days now, so it's possible that I won't be able to finish all of this. I'm doing the eagle right now, so I think I'm gonna have to reduce things in scope. I definitely want the chicks and chickens. I definitely want cats and kittens. I definitely want fish. Lions, yes, definitely. I could live without geese and just have the ducks. If I could choose, I could definitely live without a woodpecker or a crow. I need some sort of little bird though. I need at least one little bird. So definitely, I think I can live without these. And I can live without the owl. I definitely need the tortoise. Butterflies. I have the butterflies. I'll show you. They're very simple. They're super simple. But maybe if I stand still, you will notice there's like little butterflies in the air. But I could make different coloured butterflies. They just sort of flutter about. Spilled coffee. So yeah, let's try to... I need to reduce my scope a little bit. Let's see. Definitely want a tortoise. Definitely want a fox. Definitely need a dog. Deer and stag. I want... Thing is, these will be easy compared to this eagle. This eagle is particularly difficult. The donkey, I could live without a donkey. Some butterflies seem to fly backwards. Yeah, they do. They do fly backwards, that's true. I don't know how to solve that, really. because they're particle effects. So they don't respect direction in the same sort of way that like you can't like set a direction or something. So let's see. I can probably live without rabbits. I don't know. I can definitely live without a badger. And a rat. I don't need a rat. I think I can live without geese. The problem is geese were in the photo. In the original picture, I did have geese. So this blackbird will have to be a robin, I suppose. I have to pretend that's a robin. So I have chickens and geese. I don't know why did I choose geese rather than ducks? Oh, whatever. We'll do geese rather than ducks. I'd like to do both. A snake. The snake is nice. It'll be super easy to do a snake. Definitely need the cow and the horse. The donkey, I guess they don't need the donkey. Because I'm also thinking about just a tube. I'm also thinking about what's going to be useful in future games as well. I mean, all of this will be useful in future games, but it's probably best to like slowly build up an asset library. Slowly build it up rather than trying to do it all at once. Because I've still got to do Galahad and Isolde. I've still got to paint all these paintings. There's a lot to think about. Okay, that's enough scope reduction for now. I'm debating getting rid of the cow, but I probably won't because it is in the picture. Alright, let's just work on this eagle. And I would love to learn about geonodes so that I don't have to place these feathers manually. Let's do what Overcane said and sort of do a specific tutorial on feathers. Geonodes. Blender.
Let's start with this one. So what is all of February? So be sure to have the tangent of the spline. So if we do a curve tangent node, now we have the curve tangent of only that spline. So if we go back over here, we can do a named attribute node, which we set on 10 and then connect it like so. And then you will see that works. And now you see every feather goes in that direction. However, we want that over the course of the already be figured that if you set this map range node on smoother steps, it looks a little. So we first want to make a surface on which things should be smaller. So let's set them small, and we can more like this, right? Like more. We want to do a separate right click to join this together.
Oof.
show you how to create this feather-like meshes with geometry nodes.
Okay.
Here are the full nodes, and I'll zoom in shortly. See what each node does.
Distribute points on faces. Now that my website works, I may share. Yeah, definitely. First glances at my epic game, definitely. I guess we're just gonna copy this and give it a go. What a weird .eu. Oh. A visual banquet for the eyes. Looks really good. I hope that these aren't your final colours though. I hope that this is just your debug colours. At least choose a black or like a grey or orange, and I would go for a dark colour. Okay, so you're right, yeah, you're materializing them at some point. No, yeah, that looks great. How are you dealing with lighting? How is the lighting working? I'm a bit confused about where the lighting is. Is there a point light in each section? An omni light? Oh, are these torches? Eventually these are going to be torches or something? Yeah. 2 torches each room. One thing I've noticed though, the lighting does absolutely tank performance. It's really expensive if you have more than one. But we'll make more epic torch painting. Yeah, fair enough. But my game is particularly complex, and yours will probably be okay. Awesome. And yeah, this is like a map of the area you're in. That's really interesting. Yeah, you don't have many vertices here. It's probably good. Probably fine. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is like the hallway. Oh. Runs fine. Am I integrated? Yeah, it probably is fine. Godot is pretty performant so far. So before trying this, I'm gonna make a backup. So I'm gonna save, copy, Eagle backup 6 before geonodes. And then I don't know, do I just press geonodes? Okay. Here I am. I'm in geonodes. Now I have a mirror modifier. Is that gonna fuck me up? No, you didn't, Ilden. I don't believe you. You wouldn't betray me. Everyone spammed the thing. You wouldn't betray me like that, Hilden. Where is it? Fully vibe coded. Okay. I've added a geometry node. I'm gonna say body feather or something. Okay. I've added a geometry node. Hey, I made it while I was having coffee. You traitor. Oh, this game's running. Nice ambience there. Close this too. Oh, it's here. Okay. So our mesh is the icosphere. My mesh is the group input geometry. Okay. Then we need join geometry. Control A, Shift A. Search, join geometry. That goes here. Are we vibe coding now? This is the new thing when people are just lazy, I guess. They call it vibe coding. Well, I should stop being so judgmental. I'm sorry. I should stop. It's not even that bad. It's gonna become normal. I'm lazy, I'm making GPT. It is the thing is, if you can get the tedium out of your life, then it's worth it. It's good for that stuff. Absolutely. Instance on points. Distribution. Distribute points on faces. Distribute. Instance on points. Instance on points or instances? Instance. Transform. And this is where maybe we can add instead of doing what he's doing, we could add our mesh. Don't know how to do that. But let's just do it the way he's doing it first. So, transform, curve, circle, fill curve, transform. Curve, circle. I keep on right clicking instead of Control A. Curve, circle. Fill curve. Fill curve. Transform. Transform. Transform geometry. Ooh, I don't know. I think so. You can drop your mesh in the GeoNode workplace. This is the Y1 right here. This one. This one right here. Back. I got to see the butterfly as well. Spinning coffee got me finally run a load of laundry. I'm working on the eel again now. Yeah. I'm trying to. I guess this is visual coding. RPG Maker is a lot like visual coding as well. Like it is coding. You do code stuff in RPG Maker. It's just like a different type of coding. In this type of coding, it's sort of you have all these boxes and they mean things, but they're secret. Each box is secretly a piece of code, but I don't know what that piece of code says, but it's like adding them together. I think learning RPG Maker helps us understand coding stuff better, yeah. Like when you're writing show text, whatever, that's like writing a bit of code and calling some sort of function. Helps immensely me pick up TwitchBot stuff. Right, yeah. You can drag and drop an object from collection tree in geometry node. Do you think that's over there? Is that what you're talking about? I have a feeling. You can drag and drop object from collection tree. Or do you mean this? Because this isn't... I'd have to separate this, which is fine. So I will duplicate you. I'll put you over here, and then I will separate you by selection. This will be my feather, and I can drag and drop. Ooh, I can. Ooh, okay, things are happening. Hasn't meant help. Not sure else if statements would have clicked for me as well without RPG Maker. Right, yeah. It all comes down to everything seems to just be an if else. Down at the fundamental, it's just 1 or 0. It's if else. That's how it feels. Okay, so we have a bunch of feathers. They're just in the wrong place, right? They're sort of floating over in this place over here. Let me think why that might be. I think it's because I didn't apply my transforms. Right? Also, you have a mirror modifier on you. Do I care about that? Also, you're at an angle, right? So it was Control. Use Alt G, Alt R. Okay, that doesn't work. Set origin to geometry. Oh no. So it's got a mirror modifier on it, but I'm not sure if that's okay. I guess I will apply these transforms, right? Yeah. What do you think, Overcane? If LF else in Godot. Maybe remove the mirror modifier. Let's try that first. Okay, I'm gonna... Don't remember. I'm gonna try removing this mirror modifier. That just seems like something that shouldn't be on here. Then I'm going to... I'm gonna remove this geometry as well. Right, you shouldn't be on there. But the eagle still has the geometry. Okay. And then I'm going to Alt G. Alt R. Okay, that didn't do it. I'm going to Shift S. Cursor to world origin. Okay, that didn't do it. Oh, because this is an edit mode situation. Okay. Alt R. Alt G. Okay, that didn't work. Selection to cursor. Okay, that might have worked. It didn't work. Okay, put you at 0, 0, 0. And then I've got to try to rotate you so you're flat. You know what I feel like doing though? I feel like loop cutting this. I feel like doing something a little bit special. Where... That's weird. Make it a bit bendy. Just for fun. Just for fun. Okay. And then hopefully this is going to be a good feather now. That's going to be a really nice feather. I'll go back to object mode. Go back to the eagle. And I'm going to drag and drop this in here. Okay. We're getting somewhere now. Definitely. Definitely getting somewhere. Oh, Quex, oh. Wait, what? I sent you a message, correct, but it didn't go through. I don't know if you can hear me because there's ads at the moment. All right. Let me see. I don't know if you're still here. For some reason, I can't message you. What? Oh, you can hear me? Oh, I just wanted to say, you can, you don't have to worry about it. I only made you a moderator because, I want you to be able to post links. I don't know. I've never used Twitch Whispers before, so I'm not sure how they work. Right. Anyway, I've attempted to add feathers. This isn't going very well though. Right. It's added feathers sort of in places I don't want you to add feathers, and you know, it. Maybe I missed something with this one. Oh, look, there's a rotation here that needs to go there. Oh, interesting. Okay, that'll... Well, I think we reduced this scale. I'm sure you can randomize the scale as well. But I think we definitely reduced the scale. That's what you should do. You can paint feathers. Oh, that would be so good.
Is appearing all over it. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display. Doesn't look very good, hey, but it does work, which is the main thing right now. Okay, so first things first, you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem is that they're crowding each other. They are straight up overlapping each other with no respect for its fellow sprinkle, right? Because it's just a random distribution. So we can change that by going here in our distribute points on faces, change it from random distribution to Poisson disk distribution. Poisson, what a name. So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max, so just increase it again. With this Poisson disk distribution, you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it. And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching, you go really high, but it starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know? Like, yeah, it's not actually registering the other objects. It's like, it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens to be perfect for a ball-shaped object, but it's not like an advanced, like it's going to try to fill in all the gaps for you. So yeah, just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit of clipping is okay, but I don't want there to be too much. But let's go, yeah, something like that. We'll actually adjust this later on. I'm just doing it just for this way. All right, a much bigger problem, if I hit Control Tab to go full screen here, if I look at my mesh, I've got sprinkles everywhere. And in fact, I've actually got sprinkles underneath the icing. And that's not good, because it's actually going to put that in the render. Even though you won't see it, your computer is going to use resources to render little individual balls underneath the icing, which is not what we want, obviously. So, going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting, okay? It's not texture painting, it's a special thing called weight painting. So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight paint. Now, your mesh will become blue.
Ignore Discord ping, just unrelated to today's stream screenshot. Streamer mode enabled. I've never seen this before. Oh, interesting. I can't look at my... I can't look at it. I can't look at the messages. Oh well, I'll ignore it. Yes, I'll ignore it. Amazing stuff you can do with Blender, yeah, for sure. I'm worried about the weight painting overcame because you use weight painting for animation. But we'll see. Stream mode protects the accidentally showing stuff in stream and Discord. Yeah. I've never seen that before because I didn't have Discord downloaded. But now it knows that I'm streaming somehow? That's so weird. It somehow knows that I'm streaming. Interesting. Hopefully I can raid you later, mate. Crex.
And weight paint is actually referenced in multiple parts of it. Like if you're doing rigging and animation, you use weight painting.
If you connected Twitch and Discord, are pretty handy, yeah.
Values to certain points. Essentially what it's doing is it's allowing you to paint a value between 0 and 1 onto any part of the mesh, and then reference that however you want. So we can then reference that weight paint mask in our geometry nodes and use this almost as, well, exactly as a mask for our sprinkles. So,
I use several weight paintings. I'm almost thinking that I need like 2 meshes then, if I'm really going to do this. I need like multiple meshes, and one is just like a reference for the weight painting. Anyway, let's watch the rest of the video.
if we just do some paint right here on it, you'll see that we have some colors, right? Now these colors aren't going to appear in the render. It's just for you to visualize those values. The blue value means a value of 0, and the red value is a 0 of 1. I believe actually in maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of one.
I can like make a fake mesh. Like I can duplicate the mesh. Then I can like do my weight painting on that mesh. Add my feathers. Delete the mesh, but keep the feathers. Put the feathers on the original mesh. Bam, done. That's probably what I'll end up doing.
And you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple weight paint types just by like creating them here. But we've just created one, and it's added one here for us.
Well,
so
there you go.
Name by double-clicking it, and let's call it Sprinkle Mask. Okay. In fact, is it a mask? It's more of a...
I didn't even realize that. See, I should do this whole tutorial. This would teach me a lot.
Not masking that. Anyway, all right, Sprinkle Density. Okay, and where I want to reference this in my geometry node stack is in the distribute points on faces. There is one value here called a density factor, which we got when we used the Poisson disk thing. And this is just a value of 0 to 1. Very convenient. So if I drag out from here and then release, I can add in a new node. It'll just automatically connect it. And the node that you're looking for is called the named attribute. Don't feel bad if you're like, well, how would I know that it's called the named attribute? Because it's called vertex groups over here. You think like, okay, I'm going to type in vertex group, but it's an attribute, but it's one of many attributes. And geometry nodes can do many things, so it's just called the named attribute. So anyways, all right, so underneath name, we're just going to click that box and you'll get a pop up or pop down, and you're looking for sprinkle density. And there it is. Aha. So now going back into weight paint.
Okay. Let's do this. So if I go to my eagle, I go to weight paint. I'm going to make multiple weight paints. Oh, I already have multiple weight paints because of Rigify or something. I did get rid of the rig though. Let's just get rid of that. Let's remove all of these weight paints. Should be fine. Okay, we're going to add a weight paint called Feathers. Yeah. Then I'm going to paint my feathers. No, I don't want any on the... Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't want any on the... these things. I'm not sure. I'll worry about that later. Which I probably don't want any in this corner. Oh, I see a mistake. Oh, oh bloody hell. This is bad. It's because clipping was off for a second and I moved something. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're fine. Everything's fine, don't panic. Right, these are the sort of areas I want the feathers to be. Hello, Blackwater Odyssey. Hello, mate. You could paint and see how it looks real time. Oh, true. Ooh, and we definitely don't want any on the mouth. Don't want any feathers on the mouth. Right, let's just see what we could do. So I've weight painted my thing. Now he was like, put it on Poisson, then put it on named, add, Shift A, search named attribute. Oh, thought I named it. Feathers. Okay. Let's turn off the random rotation or whatever. Alright, so that's progress. I think. Not sure what you're doing, but it looks cool. I'm not sure what I'm doing either. Yes. I probably need to reduce the scale in general. I probably need a lot more feathers. Okay. And then how do I go about making it respect my my normals and things? Like change rotation according to I suppose that does respect the face direction in a way, and then we have to modify that like this. Ooh. But it's got to go in certain directions in certain places and not directions in other places. Oh, this was in the donut tutorial as well. I guess we're just listening to the donut tutorial all day.
We want sprinkles on our donut, which is really cool. So sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate, and then the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it. So you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this, just for some variance. And then also if you hold down control, that will do so the weight that's being painted is 1, but if I hold down control, it's going to do a negative value. And I can adjust my strength there as well, and I can just do some negative paints across it, maybe a couple here as well. And I'm trying to deliberately make it look choppy, because I find that if you make it look too like uniform, then it just looks very boring and artificial. Because the real world would have more sprinkles collecting in certain areas than others, right? Maybe it's just like wetter on that part, right? So more would stick to it, or more force was put on that part of the
I like his accent.
place.
He's got such a nice voice.
Dabbed into it, right? You just kind of have to think of this stuff because in the digital world, it's far too easy to make something that looks predictable and boring, and we don't want that. But there we go, something like that. And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we got. You'll notice each of these spheres have a very jagged looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself,
Way later.
see, the rotation matters, and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see, is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of these mesh here, we want it to affect the objects, right?
Yeah.
So we take the output of our distribute points on faces, the rotation of that, and drag it into the rotation input of the instances. And now you can see it's having some effect. It's still not right, but that is because these sprinkles are currently just pointed upwards. So it thinks, okay, well, you want to point them all outwards. Anyways, to fix that, I mean, you could fix it you could actually fix it in geometry nodes. This is simpler. So if we just rotate those sprinkles along the x-axis, so R, X, right? And then we just want to lie them down flat. So essentially 90 degrees. You could type in 90 degrees, or holding down Control will move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90, and then do a single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. All right, so now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because geometry nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation. So around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation. We need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything
Okay,
between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyways, rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line till it lines up. Okay, so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation of our sprinkles up here. But you'll notice that as you rotate it, it's kind of weird. It's not the rotation that you would expect for each point. It's the relative to the actual object as a whole, right? Which just means
let me experiment a bit with that first. Rotate Euler. Depreciated. Is it? Well, actually, I messed with it here, didn't I? Hang on. Change that back. I mean, it's probably because, you know, like I say, the geometry for this eagle isn't like, it's not a donut. It is a bit like a donut, but it's not really a donut. So all the faces are going different directions. Or something. Object local. Anyway, let's continue on for a bit. He might tell me the answer.
we need to change from object to local. And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it...
You would need some complicated maths. Because in general, I want it to point backwards. I want it to point in this direction towards the Y. In general, I want it to go towards Y, but I also want it to respect the rotation of the so I need this, but I need to modify it. I need to like times it or multiply it or something. Let's see. Hair. I probably need a hair tutorial, is what I need. Anyway, let's I'm probably gonna, you know, do this later. Let's do this later. How do I maybe just cancel this for now? Okay. I'll think about this later. Let's just manually add them for now. Ooh. You're helping me out though.
So yesterday I posted a video of this vulture character from my upcoming short film Deep Rooted. I was showing off a wing rig built in Blender using geometry nodes and a simple armature to get feathers to distribute nicely across the surface of the wing. One or two people expressed an interest in finding out more about how the setup was made, so I've put together a video which has ended up being quite long to hopefully explain some of the processes involved. Just to mention before we get started, I'm by no means a Blender expert. I've been rigging for years in Maya, but I've only been in Blender for a couple of months really, so I'm sure there are better ways of doing lots of the things that I'm going to show. If you know a better way, feel free to leave a comment and hopefully I'll learn something too. Also, I'm not going to go through every single node that I'm using in detail. There's loads of great videos out there if you want to learn what each of the nodes does. I'd recommend channels like Erindale and Johnny Matthews, who have absolutely amazing resources for learning geometry nodes if you're just getting started with it. So with that said, let's get going. So this is the file we're going to start with, and you can grab this from the description. And we've basically got a really simple armature set up where, if we're going to think of the wing as basically a limb with some bits hanging off the trailing edge of it, and we've got three main bones that represent the upper arm, forearm, and like a hand, and then these little FK chains hang off the edge of it, and they are constrained so that they orient themselves halfway between the two bones where they join in, like that. And what we also need is a piece of geometry from which we're going to derive all the curvature for the wing, and we're going to use the UVs of this plane to lay out all of our feathers and drive their deformation. So the important things about this piece of geometry are, we need a vertex at each bone junction. So wherever there's an articulation point on the armature, we need a vertex there which is 100% weighted to the bone at that point. We also need this extra little buffer zone where the mesh overhangs the joints at the end, just so that when we finally smooth this mesh and it starts to shrink back towards these joints, let's actually do it now and I can show you what I mean. If we add a subdivision surface modifier here, plenty of geometry, give it 3 to start with, and we also don't want the corners smoothing like this, so in advance we need to turn on keep corners like that. So when we start to bend these joints, the mesh shrinks back towards this point of articulation, so we need that little buffer zone at the end just so that we've still got room to lay out our feathers along the surface. Let's have a quick look at the UVs for this, because they're going to be very important. What we need is for them to be laid out uniformly in the grid from 0 to 1 so that they fill the entire space, because working within a 0 to 1 tile like this makes it very easy to parameterize lots of properties, and it's just going to mean we have to do a lot less range mapping and conversion between different scales and units. Because we want to use geometry nodes to distribute some curves on this surface, which we'll later use to deform and drive the actual geometry of the feathers. So we need a geometry object to add the geometry nodes modifier to. It doesn't matter what you use, I'm just going to stick a plane in for now. Just renaming this, and then if we go into the geometry nodes workspace, add a new geometry nodes tree, give it a name to keep things organised. We don't actually need the plane, so we can get rid of this connection. What we'd like to do is to work within the same 0 to 1 space like the UVs are laid out on this surface. And the plan is going to be to create a curve that runs from 0 to 1 along the top, with as many points as we want feathers
And then at each of those points, we will instance another curve that runs down in this direction. So we'll end up with like a little comb of curves in that 0 to 1 tile. And then
I
what we
should do
is
this,
transform those out of UV space.
but like I say, honk, honk, honk. I should do this, but like I say, maybe on the next one. I feel like I have to start again. If I'm going to do something, I will save this though. If I'm going to do something like this, I need to start from the beginning, copying him. Let's just do it by hand. I know it's inefficient. I'm just going to do this by hand. You know, I did the wings by hand and they look really good. So I'm just going to do it by hand. I know, yeah, it's very inefficient, but fuck it. But what if I do all this and I can't rig it properly? I'm worried now. I'm gonna try rigging real quick. I'm gonna rig it out. Yeah, really quick. I'm gonna rig it and make sure that it will rig and work. Yeah. And it does have a bird here. So that's what I'll use. However, it's a bit too complicated. It would be quite unfortunate if I did all I did all the work for it and then it doesn't work. So let's definitely test that first. Okay, that's more or less correct. Yeah, Rigify just makes the rig for me, which is nice, right? No, it's Rigify. So I don't have to do any work. I'm being lazy. But it does have all this extra stuff for the mouth, which I'm not sure I even want. It has like stuff for the eyes and the mouth, but yeah, maybe I'll try it. Okay. Like I always find that these like breastbones, they're pretty much useless. I don't like those. There's like some shoulder bones here or something. What's that? Feather? N Feather 01. N Feather. Oh. I guess you can rig some feathers on the back. That's pretty cool. What's this? This is head. This is skull R. Alright, well... Yes, fine. Let me see. So... Probably...
Want that about there then. Very confusing. Probably want this like here, right? I haven't used this bird rig before, obviously. What's this? This is a beak. Beak bottom and beak top. That is loose. I have to make sure that's pretty much centered. Then we've got the eyes here. I think you can reduce those eyes down. It's okay. So it's not as crazy. But it'd be really nice to have eyes on my bird so it could move around. I'm just imagining in my head. So what I'm gonna do is probably you're gonna be allowed to fly the eagle. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I really want to fly the eagle around the map. So, oh, I forgot to put mirror modify on. What if I just move? There you go. I don't know. Perhaps just do that. I don't know where that should go. Not sure. Might be multiple things here. No, there isn't. Like an eagle. Have you ever played Skyrim? Quexp RPG? Do you like Bethesda games? Now we do have a tongue here. However, I don't have a tongue. And so, but sometimes it's necessary for the thing to exist, otherwise it doesn't work. So I will, like the tongue will exist, but it won't do anything. Just make it really small. I have not, but I heard it's really good. I feel like you're mostly in, you're like mostly a Nintendo person. Nintendo RPGs. What consoles did you have? Only because I have a Switch, but true. What consoles have you had, over time? I also find that these get in the way as well, and they're not necessary, so I think deleting them is okay. Switch, PC, SNES, Mini, NES. Some Epic. I do like getting the games on Epic for free, but I think I have bought a game on Epic actually. Yeah, I don't mind Epic. I'm not like... This is the same Steam. Unfortunately, you don't really own the games. even on Steam, you don't really own the games. But actually, if you own a SNES or a NES, you know, you own the games. I snag them when the freebie doesn't look like a sensory nightmare. Oh yeah, you've got that sensory problem. I forgot about that. It's just like flashing lights and stuff, and yeah. Yeah, it's a problem. It's kind of a modern thing as well, if you think about it. It is a modern thing to have like flashing lights and big loud flashy stuff. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hello, Wii and S64 bother me. Most 80s games are bad. Alright. Yes. And there's a thing, you know, I'm guilty of it as well. To add, they call it the juice in game development. It's called, I don't know why, but it's called the juice. It means adding screen shake and adding like flashes and stuff and post-processing and all of this. And I should do a better job of trying to turn that stuff off. A lot of people like that stimulation, yeah. Yeah. I'm confused. Hang on. Maybe it's just my... No. God damn it. Rotate. On the Z axis. No. Rotate on the... Oh. Rotate on the local. Y axis? No. Rotate on the local Z axis. Rotate on the local Y. Okay, I think we're good. I remember too much annoying flashes Grand Fantasy Heroes. I guess there was only some. It's mainly the lightning bolt and the Kirin. Do you remember the Kirin? There's a game called Alpha Place that I'm going to try soon because the dev has setting to turn off flashes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did a bad job in the forging as well. The boss. Yeah, the unicorn boss. I don't know if you've ever fought it. It was an optional boss. Oh no, of course the lightning dragon as well. That would be a lot of flashing. All of the lightning bolts and things, I put a lot of flashing in it. But there's no way to like do a lightning bolt without a flash. Do you know what I mean? Like, what would you even do? I guess just not make them flash. You could make a lightning bolt just not flash it. I think you could, actually. I like how this is the thumb. This is funny. This is the thumb right now. It's kind of like a thumb. It is weird that they only have dinosaurs only have 4 fingers. Where's the 5th finger? Is it secreted away somewhere? It's probably one of these extra bones, isn't it? There's probably a secret 5th finger somewhere. That, or workarounds to make optional but non-flashing lightning bolts. Sounds pretty hard to avoid. Okay. Oh, where does the neck start? Wait. This is neck, spine, and this is neck. Okay. Gotta be careful that those don't disconnect. Gotta centerize. You gotta put the bones in the middle of the body, even so that doesn't really make sense, right? That's not anatomically correct, but you got to put them in the middle of the body because it's better for weight painting. And then we have, you know, the feathers. And now we actually have feathers. So that's cool. It should mostly be one big feather, if you know what I mean. Yeah. One big bone. But I could definitely spread that out a bit if I want. Okay. I think that looks good. Whew. And then obviously these wings are in the wrong place. Maybe just scale it up a bit. That's pretty close. Didn't even need to do much. But it's important to me that these... Actually, it's really important to me that these ends, they bend. Like this one does. Oh, and look how this one's uneven. That's interesting. It's important that I can do this. So I need to think about that. Hopefully. So with that in mind, I'm gonna do this, which probably, I don't know if that's recommended, but it's more important to me that I can manipulate this sort of area. Same over here, really. And then you got to think about where the the weight painting is going to be a nightmare for this one. I have a bad feeling about the weight painting. And then we got to think about the crop. So you really have, I know there's 3 bones, right? So 1, 2, 3. So I need to represent that. So this one's probably too long. And I think they are probably pretty even. And again, they should be more in the middle. I don't know, maybe that should be a little bit long. I can always adjust these things later if they don't work. It's not like a one-shot thing. I don't have any second chances. I'm going to make these smaller so that so I can manipulate just the ends of the feathers rather than all of it. Okay, hopefully this will look good. Let's give it a go. I'm nervous. I want to make a backup. Rig attempts. I also want more coffee. Oh my god, it's 3 o'clock. What? Where did the time go? I was meant to do stuff today. Oh shit. What the hell? It was like 11 o'clock a minute ago. What? What just happened? Hello, Costume Games. Hello. I've got to go. Oh my god. It's 3 o'clock. What the hell just happened? I felt like I just time skipped. There's no one to raid. Unless you want to go live, Quexp. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, I've got to go. I'll see you guys later.